Oh, yeah, I'm not fast. So there's, that's my bad. No, I didn't even bother. I'm not, they're not professionally enough to sound either. I'm not very well. Oh, that's what I thought. That's mine. Oh, I think that. That's the name of it. But I'm seeing that and I have to sort of say. Oh. Yeah. Someone's doing it now. That's all. Seeing here it is now. But I actually said. See, listen, and we've got the focus is small. Yes. It's not hard. Okay. See, that's what I said. That's the types of extension. It's like thinking this other. That's what you definitely. Oh, the family does. Yeah. How are you? Yeah, that's. Yes, Oh, yeah. After the meeting, right? That's the next way to tell. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah.
How are you all doing, trustees?
Hi. How are you?
Thank you.
My jacket.
Jacket. So I told my wife, I'm gonna put my sports coat, and she says, no, you're not. Put your LCC. Yeah. Beautiful.
Now, to my.
Well, I was dressed up. It's a regular, she dressed up. Nope. Yeah. Sorry.
Well, I'm gonna wear jeans and, them. Or one rather. Oh, I have very different. So do I, have a lot. But I keep on. Just look at my nice sweater. Oh. No. I will, I'm all reading for authority on after. It's not that usual to be doing. We're implementing training. I cannot, it's not. Oh, well, my friends, you know, it's. I would like to call this meeting to order. We are already 8 minutes behind schedule. Sorry about that. It was our finance committee meeting overlapping. We had questions and of course they got answered. And they will be given to the rest of the board as well, yes. First of all, call meeting to order and establish a quorum. Ms. Leslie?
Madam Chair, Representative Martinez,
Here.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo. Present. Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Present.
Trustee Andrea Sandy. Present. Trustee Richard Hill.
Present.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Here.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
And would you read the notice?
Yes, ma'am.
First, Good morning. Today is Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. This is the special session board of trustees meeting of the Luna Community College Board of Trustees. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the Luna Community College Open Meetings Act resolution. The agenda was posted at least 72 hours in advance of today's meeting at the office of the president and on the Luna Community College website at www.luna.edu. Any person who requires any special accommodations to attend or participate can contact the Luna Community College president at 505-454-9500 or 1-800-588-7232, extension 1000 for assistance. Thank you. And Pedro, would you be able to lead us in the pledge of allegiance? Pedro, right? Yeah. Adam Bright, start you.
I'm shocked. I'm a little. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Shocked about doing the pledge or shocked that I know you?
Both.
I make it my business.
Okay.
Thank you. So the next item is approval of the agenda. I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda.
So moved. Madam Chair.
And roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sandy.
Yes.
Trustee Richard Hill.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes. Okay, and the next item we have is public comment, and I know there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. I'm going to briefly read, the public participation policy that the college has in place. Interested persons may communicate their concerns to the board at a meeting if certain procedures are followed. These procedures are intended to preserve the constitutionality, guaranteed rights of free speech and petition to avoid unfair discrimination among viewers seeking expression. Persons wishing to address the board during the public comment section of the agenda can do so through the following process. Individuals must sign in on the public comment sign sheet, which will be provided to the public on the day of the meeting. The public comment sign-in sheet will be collected by the board chair at the start of the meeting, thus posting opportunities for individuals to request that they be heard. Only individuals recognized by the chair of the board shall be allowed to speak. All presentations shall be limited to 3 minutes. Order and decorum will be maintained at all times. The use of profanity, obscenity, and other offensive language shall be sufficient cause for the board chair to withdraw citizens' permission to address the board. A complaint against the personal action of an identifiable employee shall not be a allowable agenda item. The board shall not be required to respond to individuals who speak during public comment. Matters may also be referred to the president of the college as appropriate and as necessary for administrative action and or remedy. We did not ask that security be provided today, so please, trustee, Dominguez, Secretary Dominguez, can you do the 3 minutes?
Sure.
When you put your hand up, that will signal 2.30 seconds. So right there is when you stop or begin to close up, because at 3 minutes, when he raises his hand, automatically you have to be quiet. Is that clear? First of all, Destiny Sandy. Next one, Karen Torres.
Wait, Dustin, she didn't understand.
She goes on.
Oh,
You have to come to the mic.
She was confused on the check, on the business, so she's not here.
Okay,
Never signed the sheet or-
yes, sign sheet for public comment. Okay, Karen Torres, and can you state for the record your name, your position, and how long you have been, if you're an employee at Luna, I think everybody is, how long you have been in that particular position?
Yes, yes, ma'am. My name is Karen Torres. Oh, sorry, sir. My name is Karen Torres. I'm the CTE and Workforce Development Director. I've been in this position again since I was interim vice president since July 1st of this year. But I've been at Luna since 2021. I did ask to speak today to publicly state my firm opposition to Dr. Linder's prospective contract termination. I know you received my email. My apologies for the length. I am a doctoral student, so please apologize. I'll be much more brief today. I do need your assistance with my largest and most urgent concerns if you follow through with this decision. My work to reestablish vital relationships with school districts, city and county officials, and workforce development partners is consistently hampered by a lack of public trust in Luna's governance. I am frequently met with two critical questions that highlight the community's hesitation. And it's been 8 people in the last 2 weeks that have brought these exact 2 questions worded differently to my attention. So that's why I felt it was important to address the board with this. The first one is, what is the status of your accreditation? I'm able to share that we passed our accreditation. We've been off of probation. We had a successful site visit. I am afraid that the sudden change in presidency risks being viewed as a red flag regarding institutional stability with HLC. The second question is there finally stability in the administration? I have avoided that question in the last 2 weeks because of, hearing about the voice of the board's decision. I've just changed the subject and been successful at that, but I would like to know from the board at some point. I know you can't answer today, and that's fine. I heard the rules, but how do I do that? I request clear formal guidance on how I should respond to that if you do proceed with the removal of Dr. Linder. It's going to be very difficult to continue our current progress with reestablishing and establishing relationships. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you.
Second, and you didn't even do the 3 minutes.
Yours, Adam.
Compared to my email, that was pretty good, right? Sorry, guys.
Yes.
Are you ready for the next
Yes,
one,
Madam Chair.
trustee? Justin Garcia.
Morning, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, Dr. Linder, President. It's a brief comment.
Excuse me,
Justin Garcia.
we'll just start off with
Okay.
3 minutes. You need to tell us your name, your position, how long you have been, if you're an employee, how long you have been in that position.
I'm Justin Garcia, Procurement Director at Luna, going on 2 years. And I am an employee, so I just have a quick comment about the leadership.
You started with saying your name.
Okay, leadership is often mistaken for a position of privilege, but in reality, it is a position of burden. True leadership isn't about pointing a finger from the safety of the rear, it's about leading from the front. It's the willingness to be the first one to encounter the friction of change and the last one to take credit for its success. When an institution is in the fragile state of positive transformation, the leader acts as the anchor. Institutional change is a J-curve. Things often get harder before they get better. If we change leadership in the middle of that transformation, we don't just lose time, we lose momentum. Swapping the architect while the foundation is still wet is a recipe for collapse. It breeds change fatigue, shatters trust, and forces the collective energy to reset to zero. A leader's ultimate responsibility is to see the vision through. Because a positive change left unfinished isn't just a missed opportunity, it's a broken promise to the people who dare to follow you. Why it matters? Institutional memory is shorter than we think. When a leader who walks the walk is replaced prematurely, the why behind the change often evaporates, leaving the team with just how, which feels like just busy work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you.
Ready? Tyson Jackson.
Your time will start when you say your name.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Linder, my name is Tyson Jackson. I am the Director of the Education Department, the School of Business, and I oversee the preschool that we have here. I just want to highlight the many things that Dr. Linder has done in a very, very short amount of time. First, and I'm gonna tell you how it impacted me and my department and my ability to do my job. First of all, she stabilized the institution by filling the critical vacant positions with quality candidates. And I'm talking about HR, I'm talking about finance, the VP position, AVP. It is so critical in organizations to be able to have all of those positions so that the trickle down effect, we're able to do our jobs. Because those positions were filled, I was able in my position to fill vacant positions to allow us to function at a high level over in the preschool and in the education department and the business department. She has explored innovative ways to deal with the housing crisis that we faced in the fall. And I know you know as well, and everybody in this room, that when a problem arises, Dr. Linder meets it head on and says, okay, we're gonna find a way. And we did find a way. Even though it may not have been the most ideal, it was a way. And now we are faced with this really incredible opportunity to put housing on campus for our students, which is only gonna impact enrollment, and all of the other, every department will be impacted by this amazing feat. I have been in multiple meetings where we were exploring grant opportunities to further stabilize initiatives and projects we're each doing in our respective departments. Once again, being in those leadership meetings, and sometimes the timelines were very, very tight, but there was always a way, always an opportunistic outlook on how to do it. Most impressively, Dr. Linder has unified this campus through the various meetings. She's attended multiple events of mine, coming over to the lemonade stand of the preschool, coming to our events that to recognize graduates. She's always present, and I don't know how she finds the time to do the things she does. It is imperative that a leader like this continue to lead us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the next one?
Yes.
That way we can get to our regular meeting. Gloria Ortiz.
Time will start when you state your name.
For position and how long you've been here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gloria Ortiz. I am the Director of Academic and Career Planning and also oversee the Veterans Center here. First, I've been here almost 2 years in November. So I think I always talk about how many times I tried to work at Luna and just never had the opportunity until I finally was hired last year. And this Luna is in my blood. I mean, I think we were raised here practically. Both my parents retired from Luna, and my dad, 35 years of being an instructor. And so Luna isn't just a place of employment for me, it is our community, and it is here for our students and for everyone. And so it's very near and dear to my heart. When I started working here, I met Dr. Lim. Immediately, she knew who I was, and she's just that type of person. She knows all of our staff here. She knows students by name. She is very supportive of the veterans, our dependents, and our students. And that was one thing that really made a huge impact to me, is because I'm a veteran myself. And the first veterans event we had, she was here, front and center, and is very encouraging all the time and always wants the best for our veteran students and our students in general as a community. I don't know much about what's going on, to be honest with you, because I kind of just am very busy, but, upon hearing of the possible letting go of Dr. Linder, our president, I'm not sure, I don't know why. I don't know that any of us are privileged to that information, but it's a concern to me because here we go back to the instability. The instability of having that leader here for at least more than a year. I compare it a lot to a foster child, I'm a social worker and I dealt with a lot of foster children. You put them in a home and once they start to feel comfortable, everything starts to just be great for this child, they're pulled out. That's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling like I'm in a system now of a foster child where I'm happy, we have the support we need. Dr. Linder needed support the entire year that I worked here. She finally has the support she needs. She has the backbone now with Dr. Romero and Michael Montoya, and I see us just shooting high. And so it's been a little disheartening, I'm gonna be honest with you, to hear this because we don't need this. We don't need this as a constituent, as an employee, as a community, as a student, as a graduate of Luna Community College. This, I'm not sure what the plan is. I don't know for sure, but I hope that you take into consideration that stability is very important. Also, how will this sit with our status with Higher Learning Commission? We are told that we need to have the stability.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Get the warning.
Thank you. Are you ready for the next one? Mr. Cristino Guerrero?
Then start with state your name. Good morning, everyone, distinguished board. Madam President, my name is Cristino Guerrero. I was former director of CTE and currently a culinary instructor here at Luna Community College. I'm going on my second year and excited to be in front of you today. I'm going to shoot from the cuff here, from the heart, if you will. I don't have anything prepared, but I do have and thought about this quite a bit since the news has reached all of us. I grew up a quarter mile up the road. I am the product of two educators. I've seen what life is like growing up in a household where my parents come home at night and could be more proud of the work that they did every day, both at West Las Vegas, Pecos, Robertson. We lived that, my brothers and I. As a matter of fact, my father's picture's on that wall. Luna has always been the school that we passed every day going into town. It was always a place where students could have an opportunity. We had Highlands University, we had UNM up the road, down the road. But this was the place that students could start out. As a matter of fact, I did. When I was in high school, I took CAD, computer-aided drafting here. It was my first introduction to what college was like, what education was like. I left after high school. I went to college at University of New Mexico and I landed up traveling the world. And I had of recent been back about a year and a half into Las Vegas for the sole purpose of coming back to Luna Community College to teach culinary arts. Sole purpose. I always had the dream that I would make it back here to be able to teach, to follow in those footsteps, right? It was a hard start. We were all in flux. I started when Dr. Linder was appointed as interim vice president. Okay, we all know the history of Luna and uncertainty at times. But the one thing that has manifested over these past few months, this past year, is that we have direct leadership. We have somebody that focuses not just on the power of being in a position, but the goal of making every student at this community college worthy of their future. That to me speaks volumes. I am here and am dedicating my life to the betterment of our community through my knowledge. The greatest sin someone can have is holding on to their knowledge without sharing it. I appreciate your time and I greatly appreciate if you reconsider your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next item, emergency housing funding updates. Dr. Linder, pardon? Yeah, you're up next. Okay, thank you. Yes, okay, thank you, sorry.
Okay, thank you, very much, Chair Dr. Martinez, for the opportunity, and I have, Dr. Martinez asked, if I can give an update on the housing. I did provide at the last board meeting and, have provided during my weekly reports, updates every week. I have emailed updates and kept everybody, I hope, up to date, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have today. And what I wanted to do today, and I have provided it, so we do have members on the bottom left. And they're sort of a compilation, so they're not all double-sided, sorry, but some of them are double-sided. Not all of them are double-sided, but anyway, you're welcome. And so what we had provided previously was the application that we had put to the State Board of Finance. And with the emergency request and what we knew as of January 13th, I think at the last board meeting, we did get, you passed a resolution to take to the State Board of Finance, and which was really critical. And Dr. Martinez and I and Tanya were in that meeting with the State Board of Finance on January 15th, when they gave us and approved that money. And so that was probably not a surprise to all of us, but definitely something we were very, very welcome about. What I want to focus on today, and we can go in that, is I did provide on page 3 a project timeline. And so I just want to, and this again is subject to change, right? We don't know. This is sort of our best guess of what we're looking at, that we're looking at the key dates that we are putting on at the beginning is that we are trying to have all inspections and everything complete by July 31st.
Yes.
August 10th, the student athletes would move in. August 15th, other students would move in. And August 17th is the first day of the fall semester. When we looked at it, we started with the August 17th date, and then we worked backwards, but I've given you a chronological timeline here. And so what I want to focus on is today we're at February 4th, and just what we have provided with you in this packet is information that we've done since in the last 2 weeks. And so in the last 2 weeks, we did actually, thanks to Justin, got us immediately reached out to a general contractor that Palomar's worked with before. They got out here on January 22nd and did a site visit. They have provided some information, and Justin has given you that information on pages 5 and 6. And then their preliminary estimate. We do need to get an architect, and so we don't have any formal quotes as of yet, but we've got estimates. And so we have that, and so those are provided there. And we have also, we had done 3 different sites, and thanks to Cassandra, who had actually gone out with her drone and taken great photos and looked at the 3 different sites. We had identified 3 different potential sites on campus, and we wanted to look at the utilities, we wanted to look at the setup. And thank you to Chris Chavez and Norman and Justin that worked with the city to get out here and make sure that we know that will those modular units fit? What are the options? We have determined that the space that we had that is by the Allied Health Building where there are old concrete lots, I guess we had manufactured homes on that a little over 10 years ago. And so that is the site. We have had the city come out. They were here on Monday. They have identified all the lines and the utilities, and these are units that are completely electric. They're not, we don't have to worry about gas. We do need to worry about water. There were actually 12 water lines in that area, but they are, the city is not recommending that we use those water lines. They're recommending that we trench into the main line and do new lines just because of the age of those to make sure that there's not any contamination in those lines or anything. So we had that visit. We also then had, one of the things that we wanted to do, and we had a lot of conversations and looked at a lot of different options last fall in trying to figure out what would be the best option. We looked at manufactured homes, we looked at, could we have a trailer, we looked at FEMA trailers, we looked at a lot of different things, and we came down to this Palomar
modular homes, but we haven't seen them actually. And so there were 2 places in New Mexico that had that, and I did provide those updates in my weekly report as well, and I think that they're in here, and I'm gonna be on page 24. Page 24, starting on that, there is a childcare facility that's in Los Lunas. I think, that's not the right page. Different companies? No, sorry. Yeah, the different companies that we looked at are on page 24. Thank you, Dr. Martinez. And so the different companies and the different options, we also did look at sort of total bed capacity. We looked at total square footage. We looked at cost per square footage. We did all that before, we had done that last fall and did that all before we put in the emergency grant application. So that's part of the grant application. But we did go down on, I don't know what page it's on.
Page 9, Madam President.
Page 9, okay, thank you. Page 9 has Tanya Giddings went to this Adelino Head Start on Friday, and she has sort of provided some key takeaways from that. And a lot of it does come down, which we all know, and anybody that's involved in construction knows that a lot of it is how fast can you get the permit? How fast can you get the inspections? How fast can you get the plans laid out? And a lot of times there's delays in that area. I have spoken with the mayor. Chris has spoken with the mayor, and with the city. I have spoken with the mayor and David Marcus in the utilities. And we've spoken with Travis Martinez from the water and director there. They are all very committed to making sure that they will help us meet all those deadlines that we have. So, I'm happy with that. Definitely, there were other things, we also need to purchase ramps. We need to make sure, we also talked about ADA compliance. We talked to Palomar about having a couple rooms that actually meet the ADA compliance, and so I think we're gonna do that. That would take the room number from 84 down to probably, what did we say, Justin, 78? 78, if we put in ADA rooms. The rooms are about 9 by 12. Each individual single room is about 9 by 12 with a shared bathroom. So you can look through that. I did meet with, and then I went down to Jal, New Mexico. I will say that, I had not been to Jal since I think 1973, when my brother played in a state football championship down there, and we took the bus, a school bus that was not very comfortable. So it was a much better ride down to Jal when I went last week.
And they're tough in basketball too.
And they're tough in basketball as well. So anyway, I shared that and definitely went by WIP, it went by the potash line, fields and all of that. So that was good. So my report is there. Again, what I'm really focused on there is that the units that they have down in this oil field man camp are not exactly the same units that we would be putting in. All right, they're a little bit different layout. They're not exactly the same layout. I showed some photos yesterday in the finance and the facilities committee meeting. I did not print those photos today. I'm happy to share any of those if anybody wants to look at those. But they are the exterior wall, looking at how they set it up. I did actually get, Justin sent me yesterday, and we put it in, I think at the very back. We've been having, I put it on page 45. Thank you, Leslie. On page 45, we've been having some questions about how best to do the foundation. And so we got some updates about the foundation and for the portable buildings and the foundation plan. And thank you to Trustee Sandy, who actually also said that they're gonna give you all that information. So they will give us that exact pack. That's one of the reasons that we wanna work with the general contractor that is used to putting up modulars, it has that. And so that's one of the things that we're focusing on there. But if you want a little bit more detail, this is more than I've ever had to do for a foundation, but that will mean something to probably more than it needs to be. So, but anyway, so on the contract. If you are a contractor, then it'll mean something to you. Anyway, so I did get that again, the big thing that they stressed down, the man camp, and they have 476 beds. I looked at new units, I looked at units from the outside that had been there for over 10 years. They're on a hill, actually, they're not on a flat plain, but each one is leveled and put on that hill. And it was beautiful, they were really, really beautiful. They sit, they sit on this kind of foundation like this, but they just have it on cinder blocks like that, they're not putting it on full, but they are anchored, but they just put it on. They're not what?
Ours will sit on foundations.
So we are looking at, how that's what we're trying to figure out, is what exactly that would look like. So, and again, we do know that we need to have an architect that would come out and give us those plans and get that, and so thank you to Justin, who has reached out, and we've had preliminary conversations, and I think they're coming to campus today, or we're getting a quote, an estimate from them.
What do you think, what did the quote?
Yeah, we're gonna get a quote from the architect today on what it would take. I laid out and different things like that. So again, sorry, going back to the timeline. So that's sort of what we've done so far to date. And what we have laid out is looking forward, kind of starting again with where we needed to be done by July 31st, what we think we need to do. And so we are looking at, we want to be able to next Tuesday, be able to give an update on the architect and that estimate. And we have gotten, I included some information from AK Sales, but when I talked to, we also had a meeting with Charlie Carroll and actually Director Matthew Griego and I participated last fall in a training that Charlie Carroll and his contractors did with the HED to really figure out how to reduce costs. And so I reached out to him, I actually had reached out to him after that meeting, and I reached out to him again. And he recommended that we look at this company, Bradbury Stamp. And so that they've worked with a lot. And so Justin has been working with them. I've had some conversations with the owner there. They've worked very closely with the architect. And so we have not identified which general contractor that we're gonna go with yet, but what we would like to do is get this, as many quotes that we can and just not go on that. We are planning on using somebody off of CES because of the time. But we do wanna try to make sure that we're trying to get the best amount that we're getting, the best. I wanna try to get the best price that we can get, thank you. And so we do want to try to select the general contractor by February 20th. We want to make sure that, so that would be dates between February 23rd and March 16th for sort of permitting and what they would need. We also do need to identify all the operational costs, and actually thank you to Crystal and Christino that last fall had put together a proposal for what it would be for dining services. As you recall, for those of you that were here, we did do a little bit of dining services in the first month that we have our students. And then the students ended up going to the dining hall plan at Highlands University. However, they put together a really solid plan. We put together the budgeting. We've had several different meetings about that. But we also we've put together a basic operational budget for what it would cost for residents' life. And we've met with Sharice and Dr. Shields have been part of that. We want to try to have those, this would be on an auxiliary exhibit, right? And we want to try to have those operational costs finalized. The state and HED have absolute questions about how are we going to stand up operationally and afford this. We've done some calculations and it's going to be tight. But we think that with the proposal that we have for dining services and what we put together, that we think that we can manage it. We do have to go through the higher education department capital outlay hearing. They meet on the second Wednesday of the month, or Tuesday, whatever that date is, March 9th. I didn't put the days. But that is, so we would need to get on the agenda. That's our goal for that. And then we do need to schedule a groundbreaking, and we've just identified that. And then we're identifying between March 17th and June 30th that we would do all this site prep. The other thing that both the Adelino Child Care and the Jal Man Camp really stated is do all the work before you even get the modular units sent to you. Really do not ship them, do everything you can. We will have to have a staging area. We will have to have a staging area that they're sitting on campus, and then we would move them onto that. inspections, if we can get all the inspections of the sewer and the electricity and the water done before we actually even start that, that would be, that we do that, so we've kind of laid that out. I have proposed, and this is just a proposal, that we would have a budget meeting on, a work session on March 31st. And then this would be a work session about the whole FY 27 budget, would also include these operational costs, for you to look at that. And then, the other thing that we know, and we've told the students about the housing, but they're gonna need to know what's happening, and so our spring, our registration for the fall starts, and it begins on April 13th. And so we want to make sure that we have all the criteria for what we're gonna do, how we priced it, doing all that by April 1st. If you go to the next page, you can see that, well, right now we're talking to Sharice, that that is our regular board meeting, that is our goal. I think last year we ended up having to schedule a special meeting, did we, maybe? If we have to, if we don't make that deadline, we're on the deadline, but we can always move it back and schedule a special meeting if we're not quite ready for that board meeting, but that's Sharice's goal for that and Dr. Shields' goal for that. The deadline for the FY 27 budget submission is May 1st. We also have identified about 10 positions that we would need to hire within the dining services and just on campus, more security, more custodian, more maintenance. And we really want to have all those jobs posted by May 8th. And then making sure we've also looked, actually, Justin's done a lot of work on this in terms of, we got a quote that was included in our original application for the furnishings from Palomar, but we want to look at what other options. Can we buy it locally? Can we hire, do all that? We put that proposal together quickly, but we definitely want to put everything together and get those quotes. So we're putting a deadline for all of that by May 15th. And Justin, that might be a little bit late with the end of the year. We're facing the end of the year, fiscal year, and so we want to make sure. My phone is talking to me. Anyway, we want to make sure, and so that may be a little bit earlier. I know that Justin's already started on that and looking at that. Hiring new staff, we're really talking about not hiring until the next fiscal year. But I put down there, that we would then be going through all that process. Christy Safranek, our HR director, has been involved in these conversations as well. And then, I had a preliminary delivery date of June 15th. And and we don't really know when HEB will approve our final budget. Sometimes they get it done in June and sometimes they don't. It just depends on how many questions they have and different things, but I put that optimistically there. And that we would have those units installed by July 1st so that we could actually have the month of July. And then we would not really, I don't know, I looked into this a little bit, but we wouldn't really furnish until after all the inspections would be done. And so that is sort of the timeline. We do have to have final inspections by our Construction and Industries Division, the CID and Fire Marshal. We have, Matt was gonna talk to the Fire Marshal. We have a good relationship with the Fire Marshal. Sometimes all of those things take time. P&M, I mentioned, I did put P&M up here with the utilities. On March 17th to the 30th, we know that we're gonna need more utilities. We know we're gonna need more transformers. We know we need applications. We've already, Chris and Justin have already had conversations with P&M. And so we have, and I had conversations with P&M last fall, actually, just to find out the timeline. So we did that, and then, you know, there may be other things. And so again, this is sort of the timeline that we've come up with. And in the packet, I think, the other thing I want to point out, and Dr. Martinez, thank you for asking us to include this. If you look on page 41 and 42, this will give you an idea of sort of a checklist that we have that needs to be, and this was provided by AK Sales, right? Justin, Palomar. Palomar provided this of what, if you look at this, it's all the things that need to happen. And what Palomar would do and then what we would be, or the general contractor would be responsible. And so in those conversations, we looked at that. The other thing that I wanna just reiterate is that all of the inspections of the unit to be New Mexico compliant, all would happen before you would ship it. So they would meet all of those, they would not ship them, all the inspections for the actual modulars happen before they ship. So it's not, you're not in a situation where you get it here and then they say, this doesn't meet, right? Which is a good thing. And so that is how they work. When I talked to Bo Patel, who's at the Jalman camp, he has put up, he is the director of construction. They don't use an outside general contractor. He does it all with his crew. And he has put up, in Midland, Odessa, I think 4 or 5 of these man camps. And so, and again, I apologize that I didn't get any, photos, but I did show some photos yesterday of the facilities. I don't know if anybody, if you guys wanna say anything about the photos, but I just wanted to see the units and what they look like and how they've held up. And so it was really helpful. We also talked about security cameras, we talked about security access. And so we've talked about that they would be secure. The other thing that they did mention, just so that if you get called and get questions about this, is that the insulation between rooms, I don't think is necessarily the best. Right, and so, that they do have some problem with noise, so they have a curfew at the Jalman camp. But what they do is they have a recreation room, they have an exercise room, and we talked about, they have those as modulars as well, because they're a full man camp, right? But Dr. Romero and Michael and talking to Christina and Crystal, we do have the cafeteria and that. We have the cafeteria that can be used as a space, we have the cafe, we have the library, we have space on campus we don't feel like we have space. We feel like if students need another place, or this building is open until what time, the ACE lab, Dr. Romero was open.
Until 8 p.m. and if we need to adjust those things in order to ensure that we have the necessary, common areas for students, then we will make that transition happen.
So we feel like common areas, we have the wellness center, it's not that far for exercise. They had a beautiful exercise room. And we felt like we do have that space here. We may need to adjust cafe hours, we may need to adjust cafeteria. Matt mentioned that we could have, special access codes, with the tap access that the students could get into the cafeteria. We do have microwaves. Thanks to the Luna Strong program, we have food pantries. We do have a lot of that ability. I do think what's kind of exciting about it is that, what we're all excited about is having more students on this campus. I think that's the bottom line of what we know, and one thing about athletics is that we know that our athletes are here and they're, even if they're taking an online class, they're participating in student government, all of that. And again, this is not just for student athletes. This is for, any student. We need to develop the criteria, right? Do they need to be full-time? What is the need? We have not, they asked us if we had done a survey about the need. We haven't done that. But, we do know that there's a need just for. So I am happy to answer any other questions, and maybe if I didn't cover something that I needed to, then I'm happy to answer that.
And I did ask Dr. Linder to provide this information to the full board of trustees so that everybody's knowledgeable about what's going on. Thank you so much. Any questions for Dr. Linder? Trustee Dominguez?
Madam Chair, colleagues, President Linder, I have a question for you. Touch base at the end of your presentation on a survey and a site survey. That should be the first thing need to be done before you can implement it.
So I'm sorry, what did you on, trustee?
In a page.
It's just
Don't have to
that.
be in a page. Up here, you have to know that anytime initial building or infrastructure is gonna be done, a site plan and has to be done along with a survey.
So yes, thank you.
You touch base on the end of it, which maybe should have been the beginning of your presentation, but is that gonna be Because surveyors and everybody is so far out because of FEMA and because of fires and all that stuff, is there a way to expedite that to help the situation?
Thank you, trustee Dominguez, Dr. Martinez, Chair Dr. Martinez, trustee Dominguez. Absolutely, we actually located our survey and we located our deed. And thank you to some people internally that have some connections to try to locate the deed. And so we had a little bit of trouble locating the deed, but we got that. So that is the first thing, and so that is what we're expecting of code today for the site survey. And we have had the city out there. They've done with Norman and Chris and Justin, they've actually done all the preliminary plans. They've looked at the utilities. We know where all the utilities, we know those have been marked. And however, we definitely need an architect to come out and do a site plan and do that. So we don't think that we need a survey. We have a survey, but we do need a site plan. Am I explaining that well, Justin?
Yes, if we go with AK sales, that's gonna be included in the total quote. If we, go with, Bradbury Stan, we'll first have to get the architect to get that initial, project done, and then we'll get the quote from the general contractor. So it would have to be the architect first, we go that route.
So my understanding is maybe that Palomar is from Texas, Bradbury Stan is licensed in the state of New Mexico. So Palomar can build to spec for New Mexico, but doesn't mean they're licensed, and not whether you guys are using a third party for Bradbury Stan to come in and set up.
As far as the general contractor?
Yeah, the licensing is very important. You can build to spec any way you want. If you're not licensed in the state of New Mexico, you can't execute work in the state of New Mexico.
Well, they're all licensed to operate in New Mexico.
Well, they can build New Mexico spec, but why is Palomar, they don't set them up, they're gonna use Bradbury Stan as a third party.
Right, or, but we have.
Or any
other one that's.
yes.
Right,
Okay, all right.
they're with, we do have them with the CPS,
Yes,
so we know that they've been vetted and, they have a contract with them, so we can choose which company we decide to go with.
and as well, we have also quite a few CES contractors in Las Vegas, don't we?
I don't think.
Yeah, we do, we have quite a few.
CES?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
We did talk about that. We have talked to several contractors about this. And right now, looking at what their workload and their timeline, we have not found a contractor locally that could do all of this and has experience putting in these contractors to this level. So this is one of the reasons that we reached out to Charlie Carroll. He's also is on the CES board. He's very familiar with this. Palomar has buildings in New Mexico. They fully get inspected before they are shipped to meet all the expectations. And they are fully licensed, but they are not general contractors. They build the units. And then you have a general contractor with wherever, or at the Jal Man Camp, they actually now, because they've been doing so many of these, they've hired a contractor that is their director of construction. Because this is their job to put these, and they have people that come in, and it's an amazing operation. I was so impressed with that operation, and everything was really, really clean, and it was beautiful. I thought, okay, I don't know if I want to go back to jail, but it was a great experience.
So I have a question.
Yes.
I'm confused as to AK sales and consulting, what is their role? And then would they replace Bradbury staff? Would Bradbury staff replace them?
So those are the two contractors we're looking at right now. So
As project managers?
they would be general contractors that would be project managing that side, yes. So Bradbury Stam and AK Sales and Consulting are the two general contractors. We did reach out to, I think you recommended Star and North Star, and I did put that in. I did reach out to them. I did put it in I appreciate you looking into that. We did reach out to them. They are not general contractors. And I did put that in my weekly report. So
do we have to pay AK sales for what they've done up to now?
no, all they're doing is giving us estimates.
Okay, because they're giving you a budget estimate and doing some other work and trying to.
That's just part of them saying, do they want this project?
Okay.
So we haven't paid
Sort
anybody
of a
yet.
proposal from them.
That's their budget estimate, and we're gonna get the same from Bradbury Stamp, and if we identify another company that could do that, then we'll ask for that quote. And so what we're trying to do is actually make a decision. I think Justin, you and Chris have said by February 16th. I pushed that out a little bit last night when I was putting this timeline together, and I had my calendar right there. But anyway, but it is, I had my husband look at the timeline before I sent it last night, and he goes, you don't have a lot of wiggle room. And I realized that, we already knew that going in, that we didn't have a lot of wiggle room, and one of the things that I appreciate, you know, we've got Norman, and Norman has a lot of experience. We've also, I didn't mention this, but Jeff Gamblin, I mentioned this previously in January 13th, but we did get a full estimate for the IT, it's on page, it is on the, IT, I think, it's in one of these things, but we did get the IT, quotes, and thank you to Justin.
38,000 on page one.
It was in that memo. Yeah, IT infrastructure and different networking. I looked at that when I was down in JAL. They at the JAL man camp with those 476, they have Wi-Fi everywhere. Everybody, they have that, so they're very familiar. If we had any questions about that, they did say that. But one thing that we do in the meetings that we've been having, I've got this, you know, I've got somebody that's going, oh, we're not gonna make it, oh, we're not gonna make it, oh, this is not, you know, look at this short timeline.
Be positive.
So I have a candle that is a stage candle, and so we lit the candle, and anybody that's getting a little bit negative, we just put the candle in front of them. So that they will feel better, and so we pull out the candle, right? And if anybody's being a Debbie Downer, we just put the candle in front of them. So,
And let it infuse the,
and let it infuse all of the negative, thank you, they've got to do Luna Eats. Luna Eats today is the rice, I think.
I asked for a 5-minute recess to allow all these people who are working people here at Luna to get back to their position.
Thank you.
We'll do 5-minute recess and then we'll continue with the communication plan. And thank you for attending. We appreciate your input. It is 10:09, 11:09, sorry. Next item is President Trustee Communication Plan, Dr. Linder.
Okay, just remember what page that's on.
Last
Pages. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Martinez. Chair Dr. Martinez, on pages 47.
Yes.
Right, page 47 through pages 49 is the communication plan that we've gone over before. And at the January 13th meeting, there was a desire to modify this plan. I didn't make any changes to that. I'm just giving you what that is, and then I think it's discussion for you guys to discuss what you want to change. And so we're happy to go over that, and I'll let you carry it from here, okay?
Any comments in terms of the communication plan and discussion from board members? Go ahead.
The only concerns, and that's why we just at the table. The concerns I have was trustee to president communication. And we've always had it where the trustees go through the chair. And I just feel that board members should be allowed to speak to the president whenever they choose to do so. But out of courtesy, inform the chair that that's taking place.
And I think this goes back not only to, in fact, in our training, wasn't it in our DOT training that was provided by HED? It's supposed to just a notice to the chair, that's it, not courtesy, yeah, a courtesy call, and it's also in our Luna DOT policies.
Right. And then the
So
second,
that's an addition then,
that's an addition, please, yes. And then the
and
second,
that's on, number 3, stakeholder.
well, trustee to president communication, okay? This is trustees, Brent, I think this is what you're talking about. No, trustee to president communication, to ensure the president is immediately aware when we have to come speaking. No, that's another topic. Okay, so I guess it could be that. On page 49, please. And then the other concern I have is handling constituent and student concerns. I'm sorry, but we're elected officials, and I feel that if a student or any person from the staff needs to address concerns with me, I feel we have a right to listen to them. I'm not saying we're gonna make a decision and get upset with you about it or believe them. I just feel that we have a right to listen to them. Doesn't mean we're giving them, advice or, yes, thank you very much. But I just feel that and I've always felt that way, and I've always expressed this to the president, that that's why we are elected officials, and I think we have that right, and they have that right to speak to us, and we have that right to listen to them. So thank you, Dr. Martinez, Chair Dr. Martinez, and Vice Chair Portillo's. Just a clarification, when I read that, my understanding is that I definitely agree that any one of your constituents can contact you. But what I was asking for is that if somebody contacts you, that my office be aware of that. And so that we can just take care of it, so that it would come to me. And that if there is a concern that you have, that let's say that Dr. Shields is, somebody in his staff is not doing something in his staff, that there's a complaint about something or a concern that somebody has about any department, that I be made aware of that, and that the communication from the trustee to the employee, not that communication, at least that I be looped into that. And so I'm not saying at all that an employee can't contact you. I think that they're your constituents and you have the ability to do that. However, when you are then going, and if I don't know about it, then I hear about it, and then I haven't handled that. And so when we look at this is what I'm bringing up, is that, you know, you have a very, very, very capable board secretary. that can keep us informed and make sure, did we follow up on that, did we do that? And, you know, she definitely, any concern with that. And then the other thing is that I wanna just say is that I hope that you feel comfortable as trustees to say, you know what, that's a great concern. Have you talked to your supervisor? How have you addressed this? And then if they feel like they haven't addressed it, absolutely, they can come to you. I'm not saying that, so that wasn't the intent of that at all.
So, and then Dr. Linder, just so you know, I've also always had protocol on how I handle situations. And so if I have a concern, I've never had to meet with you, but I have met with president a couple of times in the past. But what I've done is I've gone through the board chair. Voice my concerns, the chair makes an appointment with the president, and then we visit with the president, the chair, and myself to voice the concerns, and that's how it gets addressed. So this way you're not left out of the loop, concerns that get brought to you. But I've always gone through the chair and making sure that the chair is present during the meeting. So, and that's how I've done it in the past.
And you're speaking directly to handling constituents and student concerns?
Yes,
That's what you're speaking.
That's right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Got a question, so how will we reward this, somewhat, right, you know, make sure we insert something to that effect?
I thought it doesn't say exactly what you wanted to say. No, it says trustees bring constituents, staff, and students in search to the president.
No. Well, the thing is, I just want to see somewhere where the chair is involved in this. That's the concern I have.
Okay,
The
so
board
then,
should solidly involved.
with
Or
private
even-
notification?
Yeah, I mean, if we need to. Again, this is the way I've always handled it. I've always involved the chair regarding concerns of this constituent. And then the chair makes the appointment with the president, and that's how the president is aware of concerns.
But not necessarily involve the chair in the meeting.
I've always involved the chair in the meeting, because I don't want to be by myself with the president. And they should say or whatever. Yeah, I'd rather have the president involved, so the chair involved, so the chair is aware of what's going on. So. This isn't exactly related to what we're talking about right here, but I have talked to the other presidents within New Mexico and different things, and I think you're talking about having to bring constituent concerns.
Yes.
But I think that Dr. Martinez, in the original communication plan that you showed me from June of 21, with Dr. Martinez, it did recommend that the president meet regularly with a trustee, right? And I talking to the other presidents in New Mexico, that is very, very common, right? That the president is meeting with the trustees to see, trustee Ortega, what are your concerns in your area? You know, and especially for you, trustee. And so my understanding with that is that they have not involved the board chair in those. And that wasn't the original communication plan, was to meet regularly. And I think what I said is as needed, right? I think what I said here is, I think it's in here, hold on. Yes, upon, what I put was upon trustee request to meet with the trustees on issues on page 48.
Right.
Specific to their districts or concerns raised. This does not, I think this is what you're talking about.
Yes,
So, but I'm gonna say that this is something that, everybody feels, and I guess it comes down to Dr. Martinez, whether she feels like she needs to be in on every one of those meetings, or whether you feel that you could have a meeting with me without having the board chair, not that we would notify you, yeah.
I think, and I'm speaking for other board chairs, obviously, is that just prior notification to the board chair, I don't think involvement in the actual meeting is necessary. And that goes back to board policy and BTD policy. So individual trustees with notification to the board chair. Yes,
Do I have the floor?
yes.
Thank you. This was voted on when I left that meeting early, what was the exact date of it? Yeah, that meeting.
December 10th, what was the date of the December meeting?
December 13th.
What is it?
December 13th.
December 13th.
December 13th, 2025. Perfect, thank you. When were you appointed or elected put in place for president? Need that date, please. January.
So what was it, my permanent president or the interim or the acting?
I'm sorry, that was
This is vote
April
permit.
8th.
This is vote permit.
It was December 9th.
Oh, it's December 9th was the one meeting was the communication plan.
Thank you.
So I was given a contract that started, that was signed, I think, January 25th.
Yes, 2025.
2025.
January 2020 contract. And in that contract, you were asked by Trustee Dominguez then, you were gonna do an assessment of the entire institution, or at least commence it. But we were asked previously, had that assessment been done? And in completion, and where the status of that assessment was. We're a year and 3 months. Year and 2 months. And we have now a communication plan. More importantly, Madam Chair, still have the floor. More importantly, where was the previous one and why wasn't it given to us along with this, so we could have collectively worked together regardless if it was given to us in the past, Madam Chair, I know that's what you're gonna say. Regardless if that communication plan in the past was passed and it was given to us prior, why wasn't it given to us now? So we could look at what was proposed, what is current, and where is the communication plan moving forward, so that everybody could have an input into that communication plan and come to an agreement.
And I can answer that rather than Dr. Linder, because I'm the one that brought it to her attention.
Okay.
Because it was originally agreed upon to the board and Dr. Martinez.
A verbal or in
No, it
writing?
was on paper.
But I never
I
seen it.
would have to go back and get my minutes,
That's fine, Madam Chair, but in all,
see exactly when it was.
but in all reality, I'm not,
You remember, Louise? I don't remember.
I'm not in disagreement with communication.
But we did have
That's
it.
not what I'm saying, not in disagreement.
Okay, so that would only be us three that would know, because
Well,
we're on the board in 2021.
Yes, but I'm just saying, Madam Chair.
That was the beginning of my term, actually.
Cohesively, we would have built this together and done this together and then help the other board members incoming and have their input as well.
And I think that maybe, like I said, it was probably my fault to say, that I presented it to Dr. Linder. She took it, revised it a little bit and provided it to us. So do I understand that we want to redo the community?
Well, I will just,
I want to comment on that.
that's not,
Let me
that's
ask,
not for Madam Chair. So,
trustee.
It's not about,
Sandy.
it's not about, revamping the whole thing, I just like to see where it was approved, and what was it, not where, what was approved, where the changes are made, and what we work together with to make it whole, so it's satisfying to all the board members. That's all I'm saying.
And I wish I had a copy of the previous one. I know I provided one to Dr. Linder. It was a 1-page.
I yield the floor back to you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Sandy?
I agree and I understand completely where I'm sorry. I understand completely where trustee Dominguez is coming from, however, I do feel that as the board, as adults, as grown individuals, that we also have the right and opportunity to ask for the documents that we do need prior to coming to this and causing more issues here on the stand. That could have been asked for, trustee Dominguez, and said, hey, I want to review that policy. Because this list has been sitting, in front of you, obviously from December, now again in January. We're all adults, we need to ask for the things that we need, if we want to see a policy that was previously there to compare, we need to ask for that. We need to be able to have a voice and say, Madam Chair, I want this, and I think within reasonable time, that should be turned over to us. Just like I asked for certain things, and my requests were ignored by the chair. But I will say that we have every right as board members to ask for the things that we need to be able to make the decisions that we need to make, to compare before things are changed, because I agree, we should have had that opportunity
But we also need to have our own voice to ask for those things, and we should be provided those things. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just standing back to your comment right there, respect and thank you for your time and your patience, but I was never given that document from the past administrator. And when you have the competence, that's what you have. I was never given to it. I was never given. So you can,
For trustee Dominguez, I have it right here, part of the minutes. June 24th, 2021, agreed on Thursday, June, and I'm sure we can go back and we will have verification of that, and we should have gotten a copy with the board minutes. You were on the board in June
I
24th.
was, Madam Chair.
All right, then. All I did was take this information and give it to Dr. Linder.
Go ahead. Sorry, thank you so much, and I think that definitely communication is something that we all need to figure out how best we do it, right? And with every board, with every individual trustee member is gonna have a way that works best for them, for how we communicate. Right, and so I think that of all of the things that we need to work on is figuring out, so this is a really critical plan, absolutely. This is a really critical plan, we have to think about how best can we communicate? And so I did, based on the plan previously that Dr. Martinez provided me at the October 28th evaluation. When I was evaluated, this communication plan was brought up. And actually, and I had not seen that before, that was not brought up to me before, and Dr. Martinez asked me to develop a communication plan, which was then provided to everybody. And a draft was provided in your packet. We talked about it at the executive meeting, we talked about it. We did have those communications, absolutely. I just want to also say that even though the communication plan did call for a weekly update, I was already doing that even though I didn't know about the plan.
With your president.
So I have been providing president reports. I am gonna say that what those president reports, I spend a lot of time, and they are good for me because what they allow me to do each weekend is to reflect back on what have I accomplished for the week and what has my team accomplished for the week and what do we have to go forward. I do respectfully want to say that I have provided those for over a year and a half, and I have never, ever, ever gotten a question or a comment from my weekly report. I get questions on my monthly report. I get questions on my monthly report.
I usually do, but I don't do it till the board meeting.
So what I'm saying is that absolutely, if that form of communication is not working for you, if you're not reading them, if that's not working for you, it is helpful for me to look back in the week and say, what have I done? I think about that. I look at my calendar. I say, what did I accomplish every week? I asked my direct reports to give that sort of reflection, right? And so every week I get those from my report. I don't really put those, I put some things in my president's report, but it's for them. And you know, Dr. Romero said, why are we doing this? And I said, it's really for you to reflect back on what have you accomplished for the week? What are our goals? Where do we have to go for the coming week?
And you know, we go slowly, including questions from your reports, but I don't like to send them to you by email, because I want everyone else to verify.
Yeah, and I think we can just, not least to, maybe with Dr. Martinez in the past, that a discussion would take place during our committee meetings. And that's what was asked of us, and board, I think we just kind of got used to that. But
Well, and I do have those, I do have those.
So maybe the question for the board is, do you want a weekly report? I personally do. I do, but do you want us?
you want a weekly report on the weekly reports or
All your weekly reports and
Well,
stuff?
even a received, thank you for sending this. Trustee Behill
Yeah,
sends me a thing saying, received, thank you. And so even an acknowledgement,
yeah.
any acknowledgement that you have received my email would be appreciated. And you know, you didn't read my report on Monday, because you didn't know that I didn't go to jail, and I went to jail.
Sunday night.
I always send it Sunday night.
I always said this, something that you have a question or whatever, wanted to address at that point, or?
Well, you can say, you know,
Or in the board meeting.
well, what you could say is, Dr. Linder, I have a question about this,
Okay.
to address it in the board meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Trustee Miguel.
Yeah, I think that, a weekly report is good, because that way we know, and I'm sorry it takes some work. But that way we can know what's happening, and that way if a constituent asks a question, I try to acknowledge it. I did come through the room, but thank to Leanne, I wanna thank her. So, Leslie, I'm sorry, and I apologize, I have so many names. So, it's like, I tell everybody, just don't call me late for lunch, and call me in. But it's important, and it does reflect back to what the institution, and that way if somebody asks a question, say, this is what the institution is doing. So whatever the board wants, I agree with the board.
So consensus, yes? Vice Chair? Yes. Trustee report? Yes, yes. Trustee Sandy? No. Trustee,
My wife.
What's the other option?
Excuse me.
yes or no?
Madam Chair, I
Go ahead.
want to take the
Go
time
ahead.
to explain why I said no.
Go ahead.
Because I feel that part of this board has not even accessed their board emails. I know for a fact that part of this board is not reading the stuff that's coming in because of the questions and the discussions that have come up. This week, last month was my first meeting, yes, but I want to remind all of you here today that I have and was sitting in the audience since September. September, October, November, December, and I saw where the questions that were asked were ridiculous, because the president had taken the time to put all of that stuff in those weekly reports. Those questions that are being asked were answered in those weekly reports. So to ask somebody to do busy work is just not what I stand for. If we feel that it is, that we are gonna read them and we are gonna have positive feedback and not bring it here and extend these meetings because you're trying to read them the day of the meeting, great. But if you're not gonna read them, then no, I do not agree that she needs any more busy work, nor does any other director, because it's just too much work.
Thank you. Trustee McDonald?
Where it goes, the weekly report, so, I need to work with Luna so I can, determine what.
I've been sending those also to your personal email,
Yes.
so I do send those to your personal email as well as your board email.
That's what I hear. You just don't read them.
That's never gonna happen. That's the thing all the time. Harry said, getting back, what's the other option?
Yes or no? Yes report or no report?
You want to keep getting them? That's the question.
I guess, can I respond, based on, can I ask Dr. Linder before I decide, the term?
Certainly.
I know that you said you do that on a weekly basis. What's your take? How do you feel about doing it? Because it is a lot of work. And I know that, I wouldn't want the brother to be burdened with so much on a weekly basis.
I think she does it weekly and then she does it again monthly, so it's kind of repetitive from what I've read. So if we just got a report monthly, I'm fine with that. It's just a lot of repetitiveness and
But she herself said that.
I've got the chair.
Go ahead, Trustee
I think
McDonald.
my question was directed to, Dr. Linder, and I'd like to, get a response to you, Dr. Linder. What is that?
So thank you so much, Chair Dr. Martinez, for this discussion. Again, I do think that my goal is to make sure that the trustees feel like I am communicating with them and letting them know what I'm working on and what I'm doing and what those issues are, right?
Yes.
And if there is an issue that comes up that is something that I feel needs to go to the board, I do contact Dr. Martinez. If something comes up, I will just text her, I'll give her a call, and then we'll do that. Let me say that I do, and I said that it is a good reflection for me. I was waiting until Sunday to do those reports because I was taking off Saturday and trying not to work on Saturday.
Right.
However, what I found was that when I was doing them only on Sunday, they were taking a lot longer because I had to then, I have to think about it. So now what I do is on Saturday, I draft the report. And I put it all together, and then on Sunday, I look at it again and say, what did I forget? What am I doing? So in reality, I am working 7 days a week. And I was taking off Saturday to take care of personal items, to take care of my responsibilities at my church, which are very, very extensive. And I said, I'm committing Saturdays to personal and church. So right now, I am committing Saturday nights to drafting my president's report. Now, if something happens, if I'm gone on the weekend and I have to do it all Sunday, then I do it all Sunday. I think that they're valuable.
You've asked me before to let you, that you didn't finish, can you finish on everyone?
I've done that maybe
Once, twice.
so, but let me finish because I have the floor.
Yes.
So what I will say is that always my goal, and especially I always include where we've been in the opt-in, what we've been on outreach, because I want you to know that all of that information that I put in those weekly reports, all of that information is what goes into my month. Every single bit. It might be if something's gone out of date, if it was repetitive, then it doesn't get duplicated, right? But there is not anything that I don't include in my monthly report that you get in your weekly report. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
No,
Back.
yes, no, I don't need the weekly report itself, the church, so it's just more.
No, okay. Do we have 2 noes, 5 yeses?
Yes.
Thank you. Then if you could continue, Dr. Linder, we hate to put an extra burden. Go ahead. But I don't think it's been an extra burden because you've been doing it for a year already. Trustee, Secretary Dominguez has a question.
There's nothing in my laptop, I need to bring it to you because it's. And then it'll be booted or something, or check it for me.
Chair Dr. Martinez and Trustee Dominguez, 100%, any questions that you have about your laptop, we have an IT director that oversees our department. And Leslie can take that computer and we can definitely work with you. We also have the conversation about whether we get laptops, whether we get tablets, whether we get our board reports on a tablet, what sort of things. I do think that would be something that maybe not today, but something that you look at in the future. I know that Larry Price actually, helped you guys with your board training. But if there is an issue with your laptop, and I think that whatever issue that you had was probably a laptop, that is not something I need to take care of. That is something that our IT department can take care of. And Leslie is happy to help you with that.
Can I share something really quick that I found out about, if you were trying to, if anybody on the board is trying to access your email from outside of the server, which means outside, if you're using a Luna issued computer, you're not outside the server. However, if you're trying to use your own phone, your own computer at home, you're outside the server, you will have to call Denise, I believe is her name, and she has to allow it on her end, and then it will allow you, because it will not allow.
I've been to server, but I have my little laptop, I have a personal laptop and have my phone and I access my email from Luna 24/7.
She's not saying you can't do it. She's just saying that
I never had, Rick and I have that same issue.
That must be new because I never had to access it.
Thank you.
They fixed it
My
though.
laptop and you
Yeah,
can see.
they fixed, she fixed it, but I'm saying it, but just in case your stuff is
Convenience.
not the same.
Yes. So back to back to President Trustee Communication Plan.
Madam Chair.
I'll wait. Let me let them have their conversation. Go ahead.
That's fine, what?
Okay.
So I just wanna know, so if I wanna contact the vice president. Romero, and Karen.
Yeah.
We gotta go, we gotta go. No, I know, but I would just, that's what I'm asking, because it's consistent to ask about her. That's why I was asking that question.
What I have done is I've emailed, if I have a question for Dr. Linder, I CC if it pertains to something Dr. Romero is in charge of.
Okay,
I report that on the email.
no problem, thank you.
Always Dr. Linder.
I just wanted to clarify.
Any other questions about the communication plan?
I have a little comment. I thought the chain of command, as the meeting with the president was not allowed, it had to go through our board president.
According to policy,
We did it as.
Not according to policy.
yeah, there's
So
the
you
policy.
said, you said to notify.
Yes, yes,
To notify.
through, she said through notification,
Notifications.
yeah, just notification. And the reason that came up is because previously other boards have come to the president's office, sat down, asked for papers, that sort of thing. The chair didn't know anything about it, doesn't reflect anything on you.
It hasn't happened.
No.
They were getting.
It's asking for everything.
No, this is way before us. Whatever happened, it was way before us, yes, and that's the reason that policy was put into the board policy. Okay,
Point of information, Madam Chair, so are we getting back to the, communication plan, are we gonna be serving prior notification? Is that the, is that what we decided?
yes, only on, it's consensus, right? Only on, 3 stakeholder engagement, where it says stakeholder individual trustees with prior notification to the board chair. See where that is?
What page is that?
It's, I have my own, you said, so I'm 48. 48. Where it says stakeholder, the last block.
Okay.
With prior notification to board chair. Is that consensus? Then the next one is on the next page, trustee to president communication. And I don't know why it has, words, I don't think that if you talk to Leslie, you don't need to contact me. Everybody listen. Okay, direct communication with the president or the board secretary. I think that you can contact the board secretary directly, not, it doesn't have to go through you. The only thing that needs to go through me is direct communication with the president with prior notification to the board chair or any other chair. Remember, I have not been chair this whole time. Okay, the other concern I have is where it says trustees bring constituent staff. That to me makes me a little bit nervous, because I don't really want to have staff members consulting me, but I know it happens. So, as you mentioned, Dr. Linder, you always say that they take it to their supervisor first. Correct?
What I mentioned is that I do think that I think trustee Portillo's is the one that said that she wanted employees to be able to contact her if they had concerns.
Yes.
But so what I said,
Response.
so what I said is that what I would like is that if people have concerns, that I'm aware of that, so I can just say, okay, where you say, that sounds like a concern. Did you handle all internal matters? We have a handbook, we have that, and so I just think that, we all get upset, we all have things, and what do? Right? We all have things and we wanna go right to the boss. I have people that come to me directly, right? Ryan hasn't come to me, but if he had a problem and Ryan came and said, okay, I can't believe Dr. Romero's doing this, then I would say to him, okay, well, let me talk to Dr. Romero about it. Dr. Shields reminds me all the time, and he's in a little bit difficult situation because I was the prior VP of finance and had a very close relationship. I hired Justin, I worked really closely, and so Dr. Shields says, Dr. Linder, please, if anybody is coming, they need to come through me before that. That's a courtesy, right? You go to your supervisor, and then if it's not handled that way, then I think that's just proper protocol for any work environment, right? Is that we just need to do that, and so I'm just saying that if a constituent
calls and complaints, then what I would really appreciate is you saying, okay, that sounds really concerning, it's not that I don't care about it. Let me follow up with it, but let us, did you talk to Dr. Romero? Did you talk to Dr. Linder? Did you do that? And say, and then if I don't get back to you, I mean, if I don't take care of it, right? Then you can come and say, okay, Dr. Linder, I told you about that, you haven't done anything. And I think that's legitimate. I think that if I don't respond to the constituent concerns that you have, but if I don't know about them, and if I can't tell Dr. Romero, please handle this, Dr. Shields, please handle this, IT, Jeff Gamblin, please handle this. That puts me in a very, very difficult thing, and people do go, people come to me all the time. Right, and want me to handle things, and depending on how busy I am, I have to get Leslie to remind me that, okay, really, did they go to Dr. Romero, right?
It's not every day that this happens, it's the
Yeah.
occasional.
So that's my position on that.
Okay, so, on forward again. Continue the first page. Leave President Leezy update. Second page, the last, section 3, individual trustees through or with prior notification to the board chair. Trustee to president communication, delete, or the board secretary Leslie Ann. Just leave direct communication with the president with prior notice to the board chair. That's it. Those are the changes. Is that consensus? Then we need to take action because we had already approved it as this. So do I have a motion to approve what I just read?
Madam Chair.
I'll second.
Yes, I'll be able to answer your question. And, Leslie Ann, give us the roll call.
Yes.
Any other discussion before we do roll call? Okay, let's continue.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Louise Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes, with the changes that we're making.
Trustee Andrea Sami. No. Trustee Richard Behill.
Yeah.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes. Motion passes. Yeah, there's somebody. Yeah. At this point, we would like to, who would want to read a recess? Richard,
Going to.
yes, executive session.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
you read.
No. She needs to pick up from Kenny left
I'm
off.
gonna pick up where Kenny left off. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session, limited personnel matters pertaining to the president's contract and goals as permitted by NMFA 1978, section 10-15-1, H2 as amended of the Open Meetings Act, That's my motion, Madam Chair.
And the second section.
That's right.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Louise Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sami.
Yes.
Trustee Richard Behill.
Yeah.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Environmental. Next time, you don't need to bring any.
What do you bring?
That is the reason,
Okay,
and I'm bringing dessert.
you're bringing dessert, okay, Mark,
Mark,
right here, Rick, do you know what you're bringing?
yes. Yeah. Clarification, and you're bringing what? We noticed.
I'm bringing beans and Mark's bringing shredded cheese.
Mark's bringing shredded cheese. And the cutlery, what's the red wine?
Let me ask you guys a question, you kind of want baked cheese, or you want shredded cheese? 'Cause I don't mess around with baked cheese.
Shredded.
I don't know how you bring it, just as long as.
Bring the shredded.
That's the order. And I'm bringing paper plate.
Hey,
It's all good.
where my rubbery, funny hole?
You got selected here.
Happy Valentine's.
Something turned off.
Okay, we would like to call the meeting back into session. Do I have a motion? I'll make a motion. Oh, but can you read? Can you read the information?
No, I don't have.
You know, did you read your review?
You read it on that here. It's next turn, Rick's up.
All right, yeah, sorry. Trustee Dominguez.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to come back into regular session, coming from executive session. Where no action is taken.
Okay,
So,
and a second.
You want me to read the NSA mentions gonna be all that
No.
happiness?
so move, Madam Chair.
And, roll call.
Yes, it's a time for my kids, you know.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Savvy.
Yes.
Trustee Richard Behill.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Okay, and then now I need, an action item to approve the president's goals as presented to Dr. Linder with, possible changes upon her review.
So, Chair.
I'll second.
I never give a second.
Okay, who was the second?
Louise.
Okay.
Please, well, family feud.
And who's off? Roland, no, Richard made the motion.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Savvy.
Yes.
Trustee Richard Behill.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Okay, and now I need a motion to adjourn.
I so moved.
Oh, now, date, time, location of the next board meeting, regular meeting, Tuesday, February 10th, 10:00 a.m. Motion to adjourn made by trustee Ortega. Second. And then second by.
Yes, help.
Thank you. Second.
We're not, we're urgent.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sandy.
Yes.
Trustee Richard Behill.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
That's pretty beautiful. Board Secretary, Executive Secretary, Ms. Leslie Anderson, do you have those papers with you now so we can disperse it, so you're not, and I'll do that for you, can I do that for you?
I'm almost done making the changes. Give me another couple of minutes and I'll have
You got
the
it.
initial on the way out.
Okay. You want them to come to you, or you want them to first and foremost?
I have to do.
No, I would like to help you, but I'd like to do.
Okay, understand.
Third, second.
No, you can, then I'll put it.
Can I sit
So the meeting is adjourned.
The meeting is prepared, and I don't